Good afternoon, and on a Sunday where most Pembroke minds are in Rathmines at the Leinster Senior Cup semi-final with the firsts, your broadcast team is here once again in Sydney Parade. This is the fourth 11, and they're taking on the Canary Yellow of Malahide in a division, I think it's Division 10 clash here at Sydney Parade today. Last two times the fourth 11 have played, I found myself taking to the field of play. Another one played on the onside. They look for a quick single. It isn't there. They don't take it. Jack Taylor was there at the end. Jack came in and hit a few nice shots and got them over the line, but it was Jonathan Garth's 50. JJ got a 50.
59 for 5. I see the Leinster. The Leinster are.
Well, let's have a look at that. Get a latest score from Leinster for our viewer. 59 for 5 Leinster are at the moment. Byron McDonough in his third over has 1 for 3. But Barry McCarthy has 2 for 29 off 5. And Nick Stapleton has 1 for 14 off 5. So going well for the first over there. Patrick Lynch is out. Bilal Azar, Monil Patil, Joey Carroll, Gareth Delaney. These are all good wickets that Pembroke have taken, and they'll be delighted with that start. The Leinster pitch, of course, is well, it produced an amazing league game between the two teams earlier in the month, where Paul Lawson took 7 for, as Justin Doherty, the professor, bowling from the nursery end, sends down a wide. Bit of a loosener for him there, really. It is played out on the offside. Justin Doherty, as usual. Sure.
You're very kind. Nice to me.
But yeah, I think they'd be in the hall, Amanda, but if not, they'd be in the dressing room. Do you want me to come up and give you a hand? Because you might want to find the Madry one as well for the scorers. Doherty now. In he comes. Played away on the offside. It's through the ring. Oh, just fielded at the ring. Sahil with a nice bit of fielding. Oh, it came out, did it? Yeah. Fourth 11 under the guidance of Gordon Clark, captain this year. And he's putting together a useful little side here for Pembroke. A few of the guys who progressed from the fifths last year have moved up to the fourths now. And of course, with the influx of players that Pembroke, as well as a number of other clubs, received this year, it has strengthened the sides all down the teams, so much so that I can't get a game. Sunil with the direct hit. The appeal more in recognition of the direct hit than actual trying to get the batsman out. He was well and truly in his ground. And that's the end of the second over. I'm afraid there's no live scoring in front of you at the moment. We will have to see what we can find out, how we can find it out. But yes, the score in Leinster at the moment, 60 for 5. Plenty of second 11 games going on today. In fact, loads of cricket on in Leinster today. Adamstown, of course, celebrated their first win in the Alan Murray Cup yesterday. Wasn't enough to get them out the group, but a first win registered up in the verified heights. As another one is stopped just in front of the clubhouse. Fielder Justin Doherty using his feet to good effect. Oh, we do appear to have live scoring now. Not on our screen. Batsman at the moment, Hamish Marks and Sharu Gokaria. They're both in there at the moment. Justin Doherty. 2 overs for 3 runs now. And we see the live scoring now up on your screen. A late start for the streaming team this morning. It's been a busy couple of weeks for Niall, Amanda, and myself. Well, yesterday we were talking about 10% blue sky, got up as far as 52% blue sky. Well, today, I'm delighted to be able to tell you, we're looking at about 95% blue sky. The slightest southerly breeze coming in. And Pembroke in the field. Leading edge, flying out on the offside. That wasn't where Manx intended to hit it at all. But he's off to a steady start. He's 5 from 14. His partner 2 from 7. So Carla. It's Nair bowling from the St John's end. Important game for both teams, this. Malahide currently in 5th with 3 wins from 4 games. And Pembroke, well, currently they're in 2nd place, 4 wins from 7 games. 95 points. Just 6 points off the lead of Tyrrellstown. A lot of teams there or thereabouts in this league. Clontarf, the ones at the bottom at the moment, along with Fingal. 1 win between the 2 of them. But Pembroke well and truly in the fight for honours in this division. That one played away nicely through the offside. The fielder is chasing after it. He will pull it up in front of the rope. And they jog through for a couple. No, kind of like sunlight coming in. But it was just a bit higher. Just, as you say, to keep the sun off.
It was just to keep it off this.
Yeah. It is what it is.
One umbrella, the umbrella that went railed yesterday.
Afternoon, James. Afternoon, all. Usually would wait for another 57 runs before saying good morning to James, but he's in Ibiza at the moment. He's having a great time on his holidays with the family, although one suspects his heart is here in Sydney Parade at this desk next to me. And also, good afternoon to Barbara Musgrave. Barbara and Philip were down in the ground yesterday. Today they've taken the option of watching online. And who can blame them? Probably out in the back garden, sipping gin and tonics, watching other people all dressed in polyester, wearing jumpers, running around the field. reminder, you wouldn't just go and warn that gentleman. I see he's on his phone, etc. Just warn him about the Dougals. Pulled out square leg. The fielder comes in. Best to warn you. Full length from Doherty, well round by Subra. Takes that one down the leg side. The umpire doesn't signal this one as a wide. Leinster 5 wickets down, their top 5 been and gone. And Paul Lawson not involved at all yet. Doherty in again now. Played away, wide of the slip, down to third man. That one gets away for a single. Paul Lawson getting a run out.
Gareth Delaney's run out, Paul Lawson and Byron McDonough.
I suspect Byron was at the stumps and Paul did all the fielding. They get equal billing on the result card. But one suspects it's Lawson doing all the work and McDonough just taking the glory. 64 for 5. Yeah. Now, you have to remember which one he's on at the moment. The one before league. But, let's see. No. That's one I'm interested in. Well, it's been an up and down day for Leinster, looking at their worm. Joe Prendergast and Byron McDonough are bowlers at the moment. Whereas here at Sydney Parade, Nair and Doherty are the bowlers. No damage inflicted yet. Pembroke seconds are playing out in Malahide today. And I can tell you that in the 15th over, Pembroke have reached 74 without loss. McDara Cosgrave, well, he has his half century. 50 from 51 deliveries, strike rate of 98. And with him at the moment, Ethan Clark, who's 17. Fine opening partnership for the seconds today. Malahide have tried 4 bowlers without success so far. So we'll keep an eye on that game, and we'll keep an eye on the Leinster Cup semi-final between Pembroke and Leinster, whilst also keeping an eye on this game in front of us. I'm sure the weather forecast in Rathmines is as good as it is here. We have a slight sea breeze, but beautifully clear sky, sun beaming down. Nair forcing the batsman onto the back foot. He can only play it out on the offside. There's no run there. Another dot ball. This is going well for Pembroke at the moment. We're in the 6th over. 20 runs on the board. No wickets down as yet. The big... Well, Manx obviously not that keen to see his shots from straight on. Stuck with this sideways camera, whilst Niall fixes up the straight on camera for us. Also today, of course, the Australian over 50s. Well, they're appearing against the English over 50s. Nicely played away on the offside. The fielder can't get to it behind point. And it will run down where Eli Clark will pull it up in front of the boundary, and he'll return that one. And we'll take a quick look to see how the England game is going. There again, squaring up the batsman. We have umpires today here at Sydney Parade, always good to see. And as a result, I'm expecting quite a good game here today. Well, Anthony Wood is on comms over in England as the Australians find themselves 48 for 5. Not quite the start they would have been looking for, but plenty of batting in that Australian side, and I'm sure they'll put up a competitive total. England very strong at this level. They have 10 players playing today who played in the World Cup last year. And they are current 50-over world champions, and with good reason. Good side. Big appeal to the umpire, and he's given him. He's given him. The wicket falls. Justin Doherty strikes, as the professor so often does. Line and length is his bread and butter, and at this occasion, the batsman was toast. No idea who the young batsman is at the moment. Well, Mohan looking to take his first run quickly, not to be the case. So cricket going on all over the place, from international down to Division 10. And we're hoping to bring you news of all those. Well, a boundary for Malahide, and that'd be welcome. Mohan gets off the mark, and Eli Clark heads down to Compost Corner to go and fetch that one back. Wellfield Road Gate and Cons Nook there. Nobody in residence in Cons Nook at the moment. Beautiful little sun trap that would be for the next hour or so. Doherty disappearing for a 4, and that brings his figures to 1 for 11 in this, the 4th over. And again, it's just this nagging line and length. The consistency of Doherty is just incredible. This one drifting a little too far wide of the off stump. Subra doing his best to frame it as a non-wide. Wasn't to be. .67 for 5 over in Observatory Lane today. So as he finishes his over, just that one boundary coming from it. And then a wide and a single, adding 6 to the score, but also the fall of that first wicket. LBW. So many times Doherty picks up his wickets that way. Captain congratulates bowler, has a quick word. And now heading off to the other end, where Nair will continue. You got Noel sorted out anyway with his umbrella?
I did. I found the rogue umbrella that dived onto the roof yesterday.
Yes. Bit of a breeze yesterday, caught one of the umbrellas and lifted it onto the roof of the clubhouse. Noel seems to have gone for a somewhat ski slope look today.
How long was I going to be arse screwing around with it? Having them give out to me like being behind the goals.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought to myself, that's a brave decision.
It was fair enough. I was crouched down.
Yeah, I didn't see how you, if you were moving around or something, I'd have seen a problem, but
I was very conscious of what I was doing. But I was
yep.
also
still
more
trying.
than ready to be told, get out there.
This one clipped away on the offside. It was a little bit aerial, but nothing to trouble the batsman and nothing to trouble the scorers. Just a dot ball. Many thanks to our scorers today up there under the eaves of the pavilion. They're providing the live score that allows us to bring those graphics to you. Yeah, getting that one to come back in. Manx sent back quite quickly by his partner. And then for the overthrows, nobody backing up there. Nelson through. 30 for loss of 1 wicket in this, the 8th over. Decent run rate Malahide are on, but it's even Stevens at the moment. Well, that one, lovely shot, lifted out on the leg side, 4 runs. Paul Lawson into the attack over in Leinster at the moment. He's into his 2nd over. So far he's conceded just the 1 run. Leinster perhaps being a bit more watchful against Paul Lawson than they were in the Premier League fixture a few weeks ago. Played away on the offside. Interesting situation yesterday occurred when Leinster and Phoenix were playing a double header of T20s, just like Pembroke did against Merion, whereas the second T20 in Sydney Parade became a winner takes all, and Pembroke managed that by 5 wickets and with a ball to spare. Leinster and Phoenix didn't play their second T20, didn't fulfill the fixture. And one wonders what sort of sanction will be brought down on them from Cricket Leinster. I mean, they could decide to go with nothing happens at all. I suppose the other extreme would be that both sides are thrown out of the competition for not fulfilling the fixture, and the team that finished third in the group would end up in the semi-finals. I'm sure Malahide, Leinster's opponents in that semi-final at the moment, wouldn't be too upset to see the third place team as the semi-finalists. But it's unusual for fixtures not to be fulfilled, especially at first team level. You may notice the picture moving around the screen a bit at the moment. Now just looking for the optimum position for that camera. And I have to say, Leinster schooling exceptionally slowly now down in Observatory Lane.
They moved on. What are they? Projected score
69 for 5, at which point we say, hello Ibiza. How are you today? How's the weather down there? I suspect it's something similar to here in Dublin. Maybe a degree or two warmer, James. I suppose if you're sitting outside a cafe with your cafe au lait or the local equivalent, Manx hits one out in the offside. He wants a run. His partner again not too keen on the quick singles, and this confusion very promising for Pembroke, because it looks like there could be a run out at any stage between these two. Somebody is coming to the end of his fifth over now. Subra, smart work behind the sticks. That's a maiden for Justin Doherty. And now the two batsmen are conferring about what is a single, what isn't a single. And again, that's just very promising from a Pembroke point of view, that there's that sort of conclusion. 24 degrees in Ibiza at the moment. What do we have here, Amanda? Not under the gazebo, but out in the sunshine. 19 degrees. Just 5 degrees of separation from us here in Sydney Parade and James Cresswell in Ibiza. But we have the added attraction of cricket. He has the added attraction of cheaper alcohol. And a pool, yes. Well, as soon as somebody gets themselves down to Aldi and gets one of those inflatable hot tubs, it's in the air and it's been put down at point. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Sahil diving forward, trying to take one that had just come off, lifted to him at point, and it's gone down, and that is a dreadful shame for the fourth. And Mohan, well, he gets a life, and how is he going to make Pembroke pay for that? Dropped on 8. That one sent down as a wide. They take another one. .69 for 6 now in Observatory Lane. Another wicket. Tim Tector taking the catch off the bowling of Byron McDonough. And Leinster find themselves 69 for 6. Now, what Pembroke don't want to do, of course, is assume that this game is over, because of any sort of partnership here, it's obviously a difficult track to bat on in Leinster. It was earlier, and here is the chance of that run out we were talking about. Manx is in trouble. He's not happy with his partner. He's not happy with his leg. He's in a bad way there. He's gone to ground. His partner coming up now finally to have a word with him. He's going to stand up for that word. But there'll be no more quick singles from Manx, and one suspects that from here on in you're going to see an awful lot of swinging bats, because he obviously is going to struggle over the 22 yards. The other batsman now has got close enough to apologise. I think for calling the run, yes. I think there's those of us who have reached a certain age bracket now who have a huge amount of sympathy with Manx here. It's sometimes those 22 yards, it's called a chain, and sometimes it feels more like a ball and chain. Manx very gentle on his feet now, and that's what he's looking for. He's looking for those boundaries. That means he doesn't have to run. He's not in a good way there. Wonders if retirement, even on a temporary basis, might be the option for him to take at this stage. Definitely uncomfortable on that leg. So Justin Doherty for another over from the nursery end. 44 for 1 the score at the moment. Doherty, of course, the one bowler to have taken a wicket. Just popping out to Malahide for a second, and I see that Dara Cosgrave, he fell for 57, and Ethan Clark fell for 26. And now Pembroke seconds, and 94 for 2. Well, both batsmen in soft caps. Another dot ball for Doherty in his 6th over, and he's only conceded 12 runs so far from 32 deliveries. Subaru was calling for that. But really, they should be throwing to the end that Manx is, I'm not going to say running to, because I don't think there's a huge amount of running going on there. 47 for 1 now. $76 for 7 in Rathmines. Well, Byron McDonough has 3 for 8 now, fulfilling the Paul Lawson role in the Premier League game. Paul Lawson took 7 wickets down in Observatory Lane, hasn't done so today, but Byron McDonough has taken a 3rd, and it's another catch from Tim Tector. Tim Tector, Byron McDonough has now been the method of dismissal for 2 batsmen today. Gareth Delaney run out, Joey Carroll LBW, Monil Patel LBW, Patrick Lynch, well, he was caught behind by Danny Hogan, and Stapleton started it all off with the first ball of the game. Oh no, first ball of the second over, by having Azhar LBW first ball. Change of bowling now. Naveen Malapatil coming on at the St John's end. That is how the scorecard looks so far. These two putting together a bit of a partnership now, and you've gone to a blank screen, and now, no, you're fine now. Malay Patel has very quickly become Gordon Clark's go-to with the spinners. Floats that one up. Manx views it like an unexploded grenade. This one off the edge of the bat. He's hobbling through for a single. Makes it quite handily. Changing the field now. Gordon Clark has gone out to the mid-wicket boundary. He has a man at deep square leg as well. And this one played down the ground. Field changes again for Manx. Clark comes in off the boundary, offering him the leg side if he wishes to take it on. 50 up now for Malahide. Decent start. We're in the 12th over. Outside the power play now, of course. Well, an element of doubt has crept into the running between the wickets for these two since Manx hurt himself. Mohan now very wary of calling singles, especially quick ones. Really tossed up. Naveen teasing now, tempting the batsman. He's looking for that big shot. It's been a fine opening over by the spinner Naveen. Manx has to just play that one with respect. Ends the over, just 2 coming from it. And Malahide now have reached the half century for the loss of just 1 wicket in 12 overs. Leinster first have now reached 86 for 7. Mark Tonge and Thomas Johnson together now. Byron McDonough now into his 8th over in Rathmines. Justin Doherty, on the other hand, now into his 7th over. Barry McCarthy making a fine return to Pembroke's first 11. 2 for 29 for him. A little bit of difficulty with his wides. He had 6 of them. But it's taking 2 of those wickets that's the important news as far as Pembroke fans are concerned. Many thanks to those of you who have decided to stay with us here on Pembroke Cricket Live as opposed to Cricket Leinster's live match centre, which is the only way of keeping up to date with what's happening in Rathmines, and we'll try and keep that up to date for you here. As I said, also news from the second 11 who are playing in Malahide today. This one's lifted beautifully out to the offside, but the catch is taken, and that is a fabulous catch on the boundary. The batsman Mohel, he can't quite believe that he managed to pick out the one fielder who was in the vicinity, and he has done that, and the wicket falls and he departs for 11, and it's 50 for 2 as Manx goes in search of a drink. Well done, Pembroke. Super wicket. Doherty strikes again. 2 for 16 and hit his 7th over. .86 for 7 down in Leinster. And Pembroke have moved on to 105 for 3 in Malahide. That's the second 11 in the second 11 Premier League. Zach McCabe, he fell without scoring today, which means that Daniel Murray and Greg Hollins are at the crease now, 2 of the stars in yesterday's vital win in the second T20 against Leinster that saw Pembroke qualify for the semi-finals. Well, he thought it was 6, but the celebration from Doherty tells you exactly what happened. Played out on the offside. Well, Rudrapati is the new man to the crease for Malahide. His side now 50 for 2. Manx is on 26. And as we know, he's injured his leg. Well, the end of another successful over for Justin Doherty. Who's Jason Doherty? Jason Bourne, I know who he is. But Justin Doherty, the professor. 16 for 2 from his 7 overs. Once again proving that you just cannot beat consistent line and length. Beautiful, beautiful day here at Sydney Parade today. It's certainly the day to come and spend a Sunday afternoon watching a game of cricket. Now, you might choose to go and do that in Leinster and watch the first 11. I'd say 2 things about that. One, Leinster 88 for 7. And secondly, very little shelter in Leinster for spectators. 3 for 12 Byron McDonough has over in Leinster. 8. It's funny the difference between 20 overs and longer. As Naveen back in again. Just conceded 2 runs in his first over. Really tossed up on this occasion by Naveen. It's going to go for 4, but you can see the intent of the bowler. He's looking for that lofted drive. He's hoping it's going to be mistimed. He's hoping it's going to be mishit, but it wasn't on this occasion. It runs away to the boundary, and that's exactly what Manx wants. Runs without running. Again, tossed up. This time Manx decides that discretion is the better part of valour. Well, it's not been a good day for the Australians. Firstly, their full national side at the World Cup was beaten by Argentina. And now the over 50s are struggling against England. Played away through the offside. That's a nice shot. He won't have to run any more than that. He can just walk back to his base. Congratulations will be collected along the way. Touch of the bats. And that's the end of Naveen Malapatil's second over. Super shot. Takes his runs for that one down the ground. That was earlier in the over. Well, it looks like another wicket has fallen in England. The Australians, well, it's not going well for them at the moment. As we go through their adverts on YouTube. They seem to have a camera at high third man for their game today. Anthony Wood, it is, on commentary in that Australian-England over 50s game. Oh, well, Doherty just slipping down. Well, many thanks to Prasanth Nair, captain of our 5th 11. Earlier on I called Justin Doherty Jason Doherty and wondered who it was. He's come back. He's a GAA player in Mayo. So I don't know why I picked that name, because I don't know the name of that many GAA players. Kevin Moran. That was the way the English always used to describe the Manchester United centre-back who got sent off in an FA Cup final. First person to do so. And he played in midfield for Dublin many years ago. 75. These two slowly trying to build a stand together as David Attenborough is at work again. He's just testing his camera work, really, using a flying seagull to go with it. Oh, it's a sneaky seagull. And he's off again. It's the one that's hovering that's cool. See the one above? To the right, yeah. Well, there's something you don't see every day. Justin Doherty, no ball. No free hit at this level. 3 remaining in the over. Well, there seemed to be a little sound there, but I don't think it was bat and ball. And another wicket falls in Rathmines, 93 for 8. It's still projecting a final score of 170. I don't know how good they expect the last 2 wickets in Rathmines to be, but when the first 8 have only put on 93, I think it's a bit optimistic to say the bottom 2 will put on 73, 77. Full toss from Darcy. Eli Clark does the fielding. And the most amazing thing for me at the moment in this game, as we reach the end of the 16th over, .15 overs gone. All 60 for 2 now of 15 overs, a run rate of 4 and over. Manx, he's on 34. He's been there since the start, but he's also injured. Also a candidate for a run out. Communication with his partners, and his partners' willingness to push Manx's leg injury could come into play. 94 for 8 in Rathmines, as Barry McCarthy picks up his 3rd. And he's out stumped, and that's great work. Manx couldn't get back. He looks at the umpire questioningly, but then accepts the decision, leaves the ground. Well, leaves the pitch. I don't think he's going to quite leave the ground. And that's a super piece of work from Subra. He's getting a lot of congratulations there. And Naveen Malapatil picks up his first wicket in his 3rd over. He now has 1 for 10. And Malahide find themselves 60 for 3 with 2 batsmen at the crease who have yet to score a run. It's a very neat piece of work. Goes down the leg side. And as the batsman goes forward, Subra has got the bail's gone. You can see the bail. Well, it was how quickly Subra got the ball to the bails, and he appealed, and he's delighted with the response of the umpire. Another wicket goes down, 60 for 3 here at Sydney Parade. 96 for 8 for Leinster against Pembroke first in the Leinster Senior Cup in Observatory Lane. And Pembroke are 108 for 3 in Malahide in the second 11 Premier Division game there. Current batsman for Pembroke, Dan Murray on 16 and Greg Hollins, he's on 2. There's our little trip around the Pembroke games today. Meanwhile, here, new batsman coming to the crease. There is the batting card as it stands at the moment. Hamish Manx was the one who got himself in, but eventually his leg injury, I think, played a big part in that stumping. Simon Heaney's in the ground now. All rise. Simon Heaney's in the ground and the bar isn't open. There's 2 sentences that don't belong in the same paragraph. Simon, another one. He's decided that the dish on offer at Sydney Parade is probably easier to get to, a more enjoyable game than the first down in Observatory Lane. Pembroke just 2 wickets away from closing the Leinster innings, and it's only just gone 2 o'clock. Nice bit of fetching there. 2 new batsmen at the crease, and now one suspects that the new batsman is related to the outgoing batsman. Manx, not a surname that you come across too often. This one just trying to tempt the batsman outside off. He's having nothing to do with that. You'd have thought that would have been the ideal delivery in which to get off the mark, but he stayed away from it. Naveen puts this one in a bit faster. It goes straight to the fielder on the leg side. It will be no run, just a dot ball. But in case Charlie's listening, the batsman being very positive there, looking to score. And on this occasion, self-preservation is what he's looking for. What he gets, it's the end of the over. Another over slips by, 63 for 3 after 16. Prasanth, I suspect, is spending some family time at home, and he spends his family time just looking at his phone. Kids probably want to watch, I don't know, what it would have been Tom and Jerry in our day. I don't know what it is these days. And he's saying, no, YouTube, there's cricket on. Paw Patrol. But instead, they're all having to watch Eli Clark now from the nursery end. Eli with a very long run up. He's very far away. Manx showing a bit of respect. Pats it back down the pitch. Still beats two fielders. The third one does the fielding. And Eli Clark starts with the dot ball. Yeah. Well, it's kind of interesting, this, because you have the son of a captain bowling and the son of the opener batting. I don't know if Manx is the captain of the Malahide side. It makes for an intriguing situation. Certainly, I have to say that Manx is there to be collected. And Eli Clark gets through the defences, and the son of the fielding captain bowls the son of the Malahide opener. Manx is on his way. Just as Leinster bring up a century in Observatory Lane. Well, 4 down now. Oliver Manx makes his way back to the pavilion. And Eli Clark picks up his first wicket in his first over. And he has 1 for none. Partnership of just 3 until Eli Clark put this one between bat and pad and castled Oliver Manx. Just trying to play across the line, really, not straight. And that left the gap. And Eli Clark sneaking through that small gap. And Malahide find themselves 63 for 4 now. Oliver, we've seen Hamish Manx. He opened the batting. And then we've seen Oliver Manx. He's been and gone. And there's a third Manx in the team, Elliott. Just the 2 Clarks in the side. The third one, he was playing in Malahide for Pembroke Seconds. And he made 26 today. Again, I mean, Pembroke defended 160 out there, having been in all sorts of trouble in the Premier League. I don't know what sort of wickets they are in Leinster at the moment. And I'm never going to find out. Just a note to the Pembroke captains out there. I am still available, just can't net. Well, Eli Clark now just one ball away from a wicket maiden. And Justin Dossey does enough defending of the ball to prevent that single, and Eli Clark walks away with a wicket maiden, and what a start that is for the young lad. He'll be delighted, his captain will be delighted, and he gets a pat on the back from his teammates. He heads back down to the boundary. Justin Dossey, he's now 2 for 18 from 8 overs. And Eli Clark, he's 1 for none in 1 over. And Naveen Malapatil, he's 1 for 13 from his 3 overs. The only bowler without a wicket so far, Rian Nair. But he opened the bowling and did a good job in conjunction with Justin Dossey. Naveen to continue now. His willingness just to toss it up there. Most positive boon. Well, this one was just too full. Bhushan it is, doing the fielding on Cyril's way, using his feet. Seems to be some players have an aversion to bending down and picking up the ball, preferring to stop it with their foot and then return to it. Thank you very much.
Sometimes it can be the right thing to try and do, but rarely.
Ah, dinosaur. You're a dinosaur. Oh, that's got to be close as well, and that's out. Just tossed up there, hit him right in front. The batsman is still standing there, still replaying his shot, and now he departs, and Malahide find themselves 5 down with just 65 on the board. 65 for 5, and Naveen picks up his 2nd wicket, and it's going well there. Meanwhile, in Leinster have reached 111 for 8. No further wickets have fallen since Barry McCarthy took his 3rd. 3 for Byron McDonough as well, and it's Byron McDonough is the only bowler who hasn't bowled a wide. Well, here it is. You are the umpire. You make the call on that. Hits him flush on the toe, and he's right in front. I think that's one of the easier questions the umpire will be asked this year. And Mala Patil picks up a 2nd wicket. 2 for 15 for him now. He's halfway through his 4th over. And the new batsman, Singh. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
You are just getting taller and taller, you know that. Have you thought of a career in the NBA? Your dad will have you applying to American universities on scholarships. Oh, he's been taller than Kevin for quite a while.
No, what's Gillian?
Oh, Gillian's tall, but Kevin. Sign language works well in this media centre. Well, Singh has decided to get on with it, and he hits a boundary straight away. He's off the mark. That gets the scoreboard moving again. How are you? And what are you eating? Always good. Always good. 69 for 5 now. And it's hello Ibiza. Give us a wave.
Priestley coming down the middle now. Christ in his hands and he's Mickey on the edge. What's the point of being on? We need the PMO. Rian, come in, please, submit out, submit on. Oh, submit on, please. No, hang on, whoa, no, in. No, that's not orthodox, come on, come on. That's good there. Come on, Navi. What's in the team? It's beer o'clock, James.
Well, that takes us through to drinks. It's 83 for 5, and we'll return in a few minutes.
get my kid good.
Yes, we need a club fielder.
I don't have a cook, no. I can go home and just... What he's wearing at the moment? No, you're injured. That's it. Your fish and flesh is like an actual fish. I don't know what to say. Well, it's like a bag of gas. Again. Third game in a row. Yeah. Well, just pick, the next one just pick you. He just jinxed it now. He just jinxed it now. So in the last 2 games there was some building. Oh, he's not good.
Did you bring your gear? Because he has
We'll do a 10 for 1 over and we'll set it up. I'm going to go and get my gear sorted.
Alright.
Needs to be done. It's all your fault. Sir. gets there. watching the over? You will go on it. I know. As long as the umpires know.
No, it's only the start of the over. Like the first ball.
Jordan! Any time. Doesn't have to be the end of the over. Thanks, Greg.
What's that?
Now? Not now, no.
It's not open though. Yeah, it's door. Great. Good to see you.
Don't have to wait till the end of the over. There you go.
Pardon? I want to sit down in the sun.
I'll sit down here for now.
Okay.
Is there a bin?
No, just to bring you up to speed. Which one is it? Yeah. Sorry, just to bring you up to speed now, one of the Pembroke players has had to go off, has had a family emergency, so Craig is coming on to subfield, and as a result there won't be any commentary. Again, the ones in Leinster, Pembroke, they've bowled Leinster out for 123, so they will begin their chase in due course.
Greg, hang on. Over here. As you are, please. Come on behind. Come on behind.
your ballers, boys. Green, come in, please. Green, come in.
going to have a go here. He's down to numbers 10 and 11. So I think we're going to have a Where's Rian gone? I'm down there. Rian's down the other end. Okay, right. In the ring or out? That's fine, Rian, come on. Gordy, in the ring or out? Out, please, Nicky, all the way back, please. If you're on the boundary, stay on the boundary, please. Rian, you're fine. You're fine on that, Rian, fine on that. That's good. Okay, Rian, come in. On the edge, please.
Wait now, you have to wait.
Body light.
See the end of the strike bowler. You never walk behind the bowler because the batsman is watching the bowler is bowling. So you have to wait,
Don't fan club anyway.
Yeah, well, the expectation doesn't seem to be very high with this guy. You might get not being bowled. Okay, fair enough.
Backing the bowler.
Remember Oscar.
Jan, if you want, you can leave it.
Left arm leg spin.
Let's get in behind. Come on, guys. Come in, yeah.
Has it hit there? Has it hit? Has it any, like, has it ever hit anything?
Jermaine. Jermaine.
Has it hurt?
You're covering from there to there, yeah?
Has it hit you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice stuff, guys, hey? There's any line.
Has it hit there?
Line, great stuff, guys. Nice stuff, Leon.
season's up.
See, like, knowing you were going to do that, I was trying to slightly differently. I think it all just happened behind the scoreboard. Because you just stopped that close to me instead of going in the extra step.
If it happens again, I'll do it again.
So take another run, I'll replay.
Nicky, next end. Cap, Graham. Cap. Okay, work, stay in. Okay, I can see it.
of bowling. Throw it up there.
Excellent. No.
I don't care. They can walk out shot for right there. And go back into the bench. And
So that concludes the Malahide innings. 163 all out of 33 overs. So Craig will be back on comms as he doesn't qualify to bat because he's only a subfielder. Meanwhile, up in Rathmines, the first are chasing 123 and currently 59 for the loss of no wickets. I suspect they may have broken for tea. There you go. It's all yours.
He's out here. He's out here. Big hit by the back of him. Is that the guy who just hit six? Yeah. No. The other guy was. Oh, he said the man got 50 with a six.
Sound of crinkly paper behind me, and I finally make it back to the safety of the commentary box. Malahide, as you can see on your screen, they managed to reach 163 for 10. Pembroke now going out will require 164. That's a number we saw yesterday in the T20s.
Hey, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Which he is, even if he doesn't want to.
Well, the second innings is underway. A Rahman starts from the St John's end, and it goes a bit wide for the umpire's liking. And Subra, well, he waved a bat at it. That's an easy way to take an edge through to first slip. Don't want to be doing that now. Meanwhile, things are underway again in Rathmines. Leinster having put up a total of 1, 2, 3 all out. In 34th over, they lost their final wicket. Subra's having a super season. He's played really well this year. He'll be hoping to continue in the same lane. Meanwhile, back in Rathmines, as they say, Dermot Tucker and Tim Tector, both racing ahead, have taken Pembroke on to 74 without loss. And here, the fourths. The fourths are underway. 2 off the bat. Added to the first ball wide. Pembroke fourths find themselves needing 161 for victory, and Pembroke firsts require 47. Wide again. Over searching for pace. Not finding it at the moment.
Oh, no.
What gave you that idea? Go on, Noel. You must know some of the songs.
I should, but... No, I didn't be thanked.
Well, 5 off the over, only 2 of which have come off the bat. That's a much better ball, but it drifts onto the legs. And Subra, well, he'll play that round the corner all day. He picks up another run, and that'll bring Nicky Fusco on strike. Still only halfway through this first over. This one runs off the edge of the bat down to third. It brings a few oohs, not many ahs. And Nicky Fusco gets off the mark. First delivery. Standing there posing. Well, that's driven down the ground past the fielder. He's in pursuit of it, but he's given up now. And it makes it the last few yards into the net. And that's a super shot by Subra, and that moves him on to 7.
I told him just watch where the black thing is instead of the bowler bowling, so
My mum did it.
And then they went on. But they're German, so, you know, they're going to follow instructions.
Changing the field, a little bit straighter now overall. 2 men out of the circle, down at third. And on the 45. This one again driven into the offside. It gets past the field in the ring. It will allow them to get back for a second. Nicky having to be awake there to the chance for a second. And they take the second, and that's a second run. It's the end of the over. An expensive over. 13 coming from it, but that is the shot of the day. Well, shot of the over, perhaps. And we'll see how things go from there. 39 overs to go. 151 required. Pembroke off to a super start. Afternoon, Gordon.
And I'm just down here to register my thanks to Craig for so fielding for us.
Hang on, let's get you a microphone. No worries
Do I
at
need
all.
one?
No worries at all.
Next time I'll just pick you.
Be
That'll
easier.
be more straightforward.
Then I
Now
can
you
bat
can
as well.
Yeah. But the umpire says to me, now you realise he can't bat.
It's very unkind of him. He's never seen me bat before.
I said to him, well, I realise that, yeah.
But a sub-fielder can come on at any point. It doesn't have to be
I
at the
didn't
end of an over.
didn't realise at the end of the over, I assumed.
That's about 10 years since that's changed.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Well, neither did the umpires, apparently.
No. Well, anyway, thank you for doing that for us.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Best of luck chasing down this total. It's one you should get to.
Well, I'm just thinking about Bouchan and his wife. Hopefully that things are okay there because she was taken to the hospital. So
Is she pregnant or anything like that?
not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay, in which case, our hopes and prayers and wishes are with Bouchan and his wife. First wicket has fallen in Leinster in Observatory Road. And it's Dermot Tucker who's out for 27, and that has brought Jonathan Garth to the crease now. Score 81 for 1 in Rathmines, and here Pembroke off to a super start after the first over. As Nicky Fusco carves one down to third, somewhat poetically. Talk to you later, Gordon. Oliver Manx it is, bowling from the nursery end. Subra Ravasanka. Keep going. There we go. Leg stump guard. First go on 2, off 2. And Subra Ravasanka, well, he had a fine first innings, a couple of stumpings for him today. Now he's hoping to make his mark with the bat. Of course, Pembroke missing Bouchan. He's Where's Eli gone? He's there.
Yeah. Where's he supposed to be?
Hey, Eli. Dad's looking for you. Your dad is looking for you.
Bit of chat in the field amongst the Malahide fielders. They're looking for this first wicket breakthrough. 17 on the board already. We're only into the second over. Manx generating a good pace. Fine bowler. We'll bowl today, Eli. 3 wickets? 2. 3 next time then. Nice straight bat played out in the offside, but the fielder is there. There'll be no single taken to that one. No need for it. 1 ball remaining in the second over. Rate required. Well, it starts under 4. We suspect it's going to do nothing but go down. It's not the largest run rate we've seen here at Sydney Parade. This one pulled round to the leg side. There is a fielder there. He does the job, prevents the single. That is the end of the over. Good over from Mark Banks. Pembroke still need a maximum. 147 required from 38 overs. In his mind, all this makes sense. To me, it probably makes sense to you as well. But to me, it just looks like a whole load of spaghetti. He's trying to shorten his paths, I think. Tidy them, perhaps. Pulled around onto the leg side by Fusco. He's batting very positively at the moment, I'd say. You weren't here yesterday when Charlie was talking about positive cricket, because positive cricket is part of positive life as far as Charlie's concerned. And as Niall says, he's never played with the draw.
Right, oh yes, yeah.
So you always need to be positive because you're always chasing runs, even if you're never going to get there. Fusco gets one away, races away to the boundary. Pembroke reached 21. Fusco goes on to 6, and he shows that his partner that he's more than capable of doing exactly the same. Hitting boundaries. I see a couple of spectators have made their way down here now. I see Simon Heaney. He was here early, scratching on the bar door. Phil Blackley was here even earlier. He could have sub-fielded. No, he couldn't because he's on the team above. Starting this would have seemed put fit to that. I also see Candy and Pop on the ground. On this occasion, Pramless. Fusco again using all of the bat he paid for. Takes another one down to third. Subra comes through quite quickly. 5 have come off this over. 13 came off his previous. Beautiful day here today at Pembroke. A few youngsters honing their skills in the nets. A few out in the field displaying their skills. Sun is shining, the wall is warm. Cyril's Way, well, there's not too many people on it at the moment. It's a few are over in Leinster. Oh, it's in the air. And finally the catch gets taken. And Subra Ravasanka departs for 11. He looked good for that 11, but he's on his way now. 22 for 1 here in Sydney Parade. Meanwhile, in Rathmines, Pembroke have moved on for 90 for 1. Jonathan Girth, JJ, he's moved on to 4. Tim Tector on the, looking like he's heading for another half century, but here it is, it's wide, it's full. You can see the bat stop as the ball hits it. No real control over it, and it was hit to the fielder. A little bit of juggling by him. Caught, juggled, caught again, and a happy field up. As if it was easy. Next man in now. We saw him bowling his left arm leg spin, causing a bit of chaos in the Malahide ranks. The irony of it is, of course, Subra had left that one. It probably would have been signalled another wide. But he thought there were easy runs on offer. It turned out there weren't. And as a result, he's back in the pavilion. Puri it is facing. Nicky Fosco. Still in white pads. He's going to have to go and get a pair of covers for that, or a black Sharpie. Tickles that one away to leg. It's going to run down to the boundary, and that is a super shot and a great way to get your innings underway. An easy one, just tuck off the hips. I say easy, couldn't do it myself, but he made it look very easy. Very fine. It's gone into the bushes, and we'll now have a moment while the Malahide players or player looks for the ball. Now he's looking for help to look for the ball.
Nobody was paying attention. Do I play? Help you? Oh, he's got it.
And there it is.
Before I have to run a replay just to see where the ball goes.
USA playing England today at cricket in the World Cup. Bouchan it was, who left the ground early. Oh, this one goes past the hands of Slip, flies down, finds third. Looked like a chance. It wasn't though. Cleared the slips quite handily. Hamish Manx, it is at slip. No surprise there considering his injury earlier. His lack of mobility. Tim Tector is out for 44. Pembroke have lost their second wicket and the score now 91 for 2, and they still need another 33 runs. It's hard to imagine that they'll not reach their target, but cricket is a strange, strange game, and you don't take anything for granted. This one goes down the leg side. It's not signalled a wide. Left-hander facing now. Meanwhile, out in Malahide, we can tell you that Pembroke's seconds have reached 264 for 7 in their 50 overs, with half centuries for Madara Cosgrave, Dan Murray, Greg Hollins. And that will do, not bad start. So going well for the seconds out in Malahide. Joe Prendergast, of course, over in Rathmines. He'll be hoping he doesn't have to bat there. Oh, and this one's gone to slip. Whoa. All the excitement in that. Absolute chaos. Nicky Fosco calling for a run the young lad wasn't ready for. And it, as so often the case, a direct hit sees the end of Puri. After his good start, not his fault, he got run out. It was an amazing piece of throwing. Dropped at slip and run out at the non-striker's end. Well, unfortunate. As you see, takes an edge, goes down low to slip, who puts the catch down. But then, slow setting off, and the ball, direct hit to the stumps. The fielder coming in. And the direct hit was just enough to see the end. Naveen Matapatil, he'll come in now with Nicky Fosco. 2 wickets down. Of course, remember, Pembroke are down a batsman as well. Back to the live action. Well, as you can imagine, after that wicket, there's a bit of noise out there amongst the Malahide fielders. Plenty of chat. Oliver and Manx bowling from the nursery end. Fosco again being very positive with every shot. Want some chocolate? There you go. Help yourself. I wasn't gonna pick them out for you.
How long did it take usually for the scoreboard there to update?
That's live scoring, so as soon as they press it up there, it happens here now. It used to be slower because of the internet connection up there. It's quicker now.
To do with that?
Since you did that.
Was it close to the YouTube?
That's what's...
It's wet and stuff, so it's like all the space around there. It's not.
36 overs to go, 137 required, but Pembroke will be very aware that they've lost a couple of early wickets. 27 for 2. They don't want that to be 30 for 4. Flies away just to the edge of the fielder. He dived for it, couldn't get to it, and it runs away to the boundary. It's 4 welcome runs for Pembroke, for Naveen off his first ball, but very easily could have stuck in the fielder's hands and been 27 for 3. High risk reward, but they got the reward on this occasion. See you soon. See you soon. Yeah, have a great holiday. See you soon.
First of many. See you now. Bye.
Well, you suspect with Naveen Malahide, you're not going to be waiting too long to find out how he's going to take this on. Loads of appeals on the offside, none on the leg side. Wicketkeeper says nothing, bowler says nothing. Nick Stapleton is batting over in Rathmines now. That will please the fan club. Unfortunately, we're not covering that game, so Kate not with us today. Plus, she's probably knackered after last night. Fosco goes for the quick run again. The throw gets down to the non-striker's end again. This time it misses the stumps, but causing some chaos amongst the Pembroke batters. But Fosco making sure they're picking up every run possible, even if the last one did cost a wicket. .32 for 2 now. This one goes down the leg side. Well taken by the keeper. It comes off the pad, hence no wide. Fosco facing again now. Big blow. Goes all the way round the corner. That was nowhere near where he was looking to. He was looking more to Cal. But they pick up another single. Score moves on. No, one to come.
It's me looking over and seeing 5 going. Is there one? Has that one gone in yet?
Yeah, you see, it's much quicker now. It really is noticeable, the difference. And I know you're saying it's not because of work you did. Maybe it's work the cricket clubs did. But it's certainly more instantaneous now.
Here we go.
We don't know, but there's the 6 ball on there. And there's the shot. There's the dive. Close, but no cigar. And then made the rope before the fielder could get his foot there. And then this is the possible run out. Fosco again. He runs quickly.
Who's batting?
Is it gone?
Naveen.
Ball past?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I need to just.
That's why you see Dale blowing it at the end of the game. Because the worst thing that can possibly happen is if it rains and that dust then tries to stick to the pitch again. Nice shot from Fosco. It's through the gap on the offside, piercing the ring, and it makes the rope. And that is a lovely shot from Fosco. And there's good applause for him on the sidelines. There's a good crowd in for the Force today. Obviously, Simon Heaney is here. The bar's open after all. Yeah, Sunday afternoon. Short one, Fosco deals with it beautifully, puts it down over the rope, down by the sight screen. It was somewhat of a top edge, but he still took on the shot, and it runs away for 4, and Fosco moves on to 17, and the score moves on to 41 for 2. 123 required, which is exactly what Leinster scored in Rathmines, and at the moment Pembroke need another 22 runs in 33 overs. They've got 200 balls to get 22 runs. They also have 8 wickets remaining. Stapleton at the crease has got 6, and Garth at the crease has got 9. So they've both been in, seen the ball, and hopefully they'll guide Pembroke home in that Leinster Senior Cup semi-final. Fosco goes again for a big shot, and again it beats everybody. It makes it to the boundary. It's another big cheer from the sidelines. Score moves on to 45. Three boundaries on a row now. Fosco's strike rate has increased dramatically. He was on 9 off 10. He's now on 21 off 13. It just goes to show you how things can change. Was it a wide? Did it land on the pitch? Because we had the umpire who was unsure of it yesterday.
Oh, yes. Oh, it wasn't. He was unsure. Old instincts, I think, just did.
Fosco plays this one off his legs. There is the man round the corner there. They do take 1. Fosco's liable to look for 2. He comes about doesn't come too far down the track. Maybe 12.5%, an eighth. Or as they'd have said in olden days, he probably came a couple of links down the chain. Good afternoon, Joe. How are you? Hello. Hi, Owen. How are you? Are you enjoying it? Lovely day. Plenty of kids in the net today. I see Jake Bell here. 102 for 2. 47 for 2 here in Sydney Parade. As Naveen faces, lets that one go through to the keeper. Wise decision. And there's Fosco's clubbing it through the offside, past the fielder, ran away for the first of 3 fours. Second one took on the short ball, lifted it round the corner, full face of the bat, and it would have reached the boundary easily. As it was, it bounced its way there, and then the third one edged past the keeper, through the gap between keeper and slip. Nobody was going to stop that, and suddenly there were 3 fours in a row, and Fosco's moved on now to 22 off 14. His partner Naveen Malapatil is on 5 off 6, and the score is 47 for 2. There have been 6 overs. We are now outside 4 overs to go in the power play. And this is where Fosco comes into his own. There are only 2 players outside the circle. Rian needs to be moved out of the net. These lads here who are bowling need to be... The batsman is saying they're in the way.
You're just too close. Just go into the net or just wait till they're at the other end.
They can come in the net. If they start in the net... Nicky. Stapleton scored another 4 runs down in Leinster. Fosco out front and firm on that one. Owen. Fosco facing now. He'll be keen to take on Radharavati. Fosco certainly playing with a watchful brief at the moment. New bowler, worth a look to see. Another dot ball. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big blow onto the leg side, straight to the fielder. It was hit with such force he couldn't take the catch. And Naveen survives for another game. This one played back down the field, no single taken. Naveen more than happy. Just to see the over out. Only one coming from it, 48 for 2. 33 overs remaining. Oh, it was slapped out into the leg side. He saw the fielder there once he'd hit it. Heart in his mouth, but the fielder couldn't get down to it. It skirted away. Luke Murray bowling for the seconds today. Reorganisation of the field. Fosco again. It's Tanveer bowling from the nursery end. His first over today. Well, big blow looked for by Fosco. Not in connection with the ball though. This one goes through to the keeper handily enough. This one out past the end of the bat, and the umpire signals it as such. This time played into the offside. Fosco calls through for the single. The fielder fakes the throw and then tosses it underarm back to the bowler. They bring the man in from the boundary. Oh no, they move him along the boundary now for Naveen. He plays that one with a very straight bat on the back foot. It's a good length this bowler's employing. causing a little bit of difficulty to the batsman. Up for Pembroke in their pursuit of 164 for victory. First T20 yesterday, the firsts allowed Marion to get 164, could only get 160 in reply. That was in 20 overs. This one in 40 overs. Pembroke still with 8 wickets in hand, both here and in Rathmines. But in Rathmines, they only need another 15 in 31 overs. Let's hope it doesn't take them 31 overs. Good length again. Just pulling the batsman forward. Dot ball ends the over. Who is it? Malahide kind of need to keep taking wickets on a regular basis. Fusco's moved on to 24 now of 20 deliveries. He'll be looking to take the bowling on, one suspects here.
All the way. The whole way out, all the way to the boundary. And then come round. And keep going.
Hit hard in the offside. There is a fielder there, but back on the ring, can't prevent the single. Just a good amount of chocolate. Yeah. They're just a good size. I'm sure you can't find a more expensive way of buying chocolate per ounce. This time, another shot in the offside. The fielder, his foot goes over the top of it. I know how that feels. And it runs away. It'll be pulled up in front of the boundary, but it won't stop Naveen from taking 3. 3 more onto the total, 3 more from Naveen. As another dart heads down to the sunny southeast. Nicely played and placed by Nicky Fusco. Picks up another single, very distinctive in his white pads. I'm sure he'll be on to Ed Sports soon enough. White pads. Naveen, well, you could almost see the start of a wind-up to take that one on, but instead he decided just to dig it out, and that was probably the wisest move. Good delivery. Nice line and length. He brings forward the defensive shot. It ends the over. Still 5 from it, though. Naveen Malapati, he's on 8 off 16. Very watchful innings so far. We know how destructive he can be with the bat. And Nicky Fusco, he's moved on to 26 now. And he'll be facing the new over, with just 108 more required by Pembroke Fourths. The first 11 need another 11. Still have those 8 wickets in hand. Nick Stapleton has moved on to 13, and Jonathan Garth on to 12, and they're playing with far more caution than they showed in the T20s yesterday here at Sydney Parade. Fusco pulls one out to the leg side. He's going to be looking for 2 here. The fielder has to go quite away. Doesn't pick it up cleanly with his hands, but gets it back in, but can't stop 2. 2 more to Fusco. That takes him on to 28. This one goes down as byes, coming off the keeper's gloves. Well, we hope our French viewer is with us today. There's another one's played on the offside. There is a fielder on the fence. He'll look after that and keep it to 1. Good throw back in. Bring Fusco back on strike. This one in the air, and it's a simple catch on the offside, and Fusco departs. Perhaps trying to take on the ball. It wasn't there for that shot, but Nicky Fusco, he's scored a good 28. He's only taken 24 deliveries, and he's seen his side to within 104 of victory. Batted very well, and that will bring Sahil Manchandra to the crease. And meanwhile, the first just 7 runs required in 170 balls. 8 wickets in hand. One feels that that surely is a Pembroke victory at this stage. If they lose it from here, the people in Observatory Lane will have to say they saw the greatest ever comeback. Leinster now need more wickets than Pembroke need runs. This is the shot that Fusco tried to play, the one that was a bit close to him on the body, cramped him up a bit, and he realised very early on he hadn't got enough of it. Wanted to play it out on the leg side, instead could only scoop it out because of its length onto the offside. And Fusco departs as we go back to live action now. Sahil plays his first ball out on the offside. Dot ball. Sahil, who's been a fine performer for the fourth 11 for a couple of years now, was captain for a few years. Somehow that didn't break his love of the game. On one hand, it really could have quite easily, but he stuck with it. He's one of the hardest trainers around, certainly in the nets constantly, and it pays off for him in terms of runs scored at the weekends. There is a correlation between how much you train, how much you net, and how well you do at the weekend. Decent Sunday afternoon crowd now. A few people sitting in front of the bar windows. A few people sitting outside the chapel. A couple down in Michael Sharp Corner. And a couple at the end of Cyril's Way. Nobody in Cons Nook today. The sun now has passed that part of the day where it shines in there. So if you wanted some shade, it's a good spot. This one played down the ground. There'll be a single there. Nicely taken. Naveen picks up another one. He moves into double figures. Pembroke score a run every 4 overs now. They'll get home with 2 balls to spare. Well, Sahil goes for the sweep. The umpire puts up the finger. I don't think there's too much need for it. We all heard the ball rattling into the stumps. He tried to pull that one over to the leg side. It wasn't to be. And will the loss of Bhushan now make a big part of this game? Pembroke need a stand, and they need it soon. They still need 103. They're 4 wickets down now with the score only on 61. In Leinster, the scores are level. Here you see this delivery again. You can see he's looking to take it over to the leg side. It comes back in under the bat, takes an inside edge and crashes into the stumps, and he will be disappointed with that, as will his captain and indeed his team. "22 overs it's taken Pembroke to get to 1, 2, 3 for 2, and they're level with Leinster. So if they bat out the next 28 overs, they'll go through on less wickets lost.
Boo! Super over.
Stapleton now on 19, Jonathan Garth on 16. Tim Texas 44 was a big part of them getting up to this 1, 2, 3, that's for sure. And the superstar was Dermot Tucker, which meant that it took hope away from Leinster. Sampat, the new batsman. Malapatil will be wondering which one of these partners is going to actually spend some time with him. Pembroke reached the final of the Leinster Senior Cup, and to celebrate, Naveen plays a cut shot that goes for 4. Which reduces the runs required under 100, and they can start counting down now. This one just going past the edge into the keeper's gloves. 66 for 4 now. 98 required. And this is going to be a tight game. Pembroke really need a good stand to happen. And don't forget, they are 5 down in effect now. Bhushan unable to bat today. He's had to leave. Well, this is how the two sides have progressed. As you can see, Pembroke well ahead of that Malahide line. But with the loss of those 4 wickets, they really need a partnership. They're about the same spot that Malahide were after 19 overs. Scoreboard returns with all the equations that you need. Leg spinner puts one down wide. That'll be another run. Every run gratefully accepted at the moment. Out in Malahide. Malahide's seconds are 40 without loss in pursuit of Pembroke's 264 for 7. But most of our attention now turning to this 4th 11 game at Sydney Parade. Division 10. Malahide, who are about 5th in the table, and Pembroke, who are 2nd. Chance to go top, if only until another result comes in. No one hits the artificial, but it runs away. There are fielders trundling after it, but they're not going to reach it. It reaches the boundary. It's 4 more runs, and that's a lovely shot from Neville. Malapatil played away quite beautifully. He moves on to 19. Pembroke move on to 72 with 92 still required. Says 4 down on your screen, but Pembroke are a man down. Bouchan won't be batting today, but he does carry our hopes and thoughts that everything's okay and the emergency for which he was called away for is resolved. Hit straight down the ground, and that's a super shot. Naveen really picked up on that one quite early. That moves him on to 23 off 24, and his strike rate has picked up with successive 4s. And Pembroke now move on to 76 with 88 required. So close to halfway. And whilst they do bat quite long, every side has a tail. And Malahide will be hoping to reach Pembroke's sooner rather than later. Many thanks to our newest subscriber who's joined us today. This one down the leg side, signalled another wide, 77 for 4. Well, I said earlier it was 90% blue sky. There is a sort of haze around, but by and large, very clear sky, sun beaming down on Sydney Parade on this Super Sunday. If you wanted to take a seat for your Sunday evening relaxation, what better place to do it than here at Sydney Parade, watching some good cricket. Another wide signalled. I say good. Another one tossed up, another one played away through the offside, and once it pierces the ring on the inside, there is only one boundary rider, and he can't cover all the ground around that side. There is another then round at the covers, but he knew he wasn't going to get to that, and that's 4 more, and that brings us exactly to the halfway mark in this chase. Pembroke are 86 for 4, for 5 if you count the missing batsman, half the wickets, half the runs. But there are still 28 overs left after this delivery. This time he hits the fielder in the ring. It is a dot ball. It will end the over. And with 12 overs gone, Pembroke have reached 82 for 4 in their pursuit of 164 for victory. Well, the breeze has picked up from the south. It's keeping the clouds away. The sun's still beaming down. It's a lovely late June afternoon of what has been a fabulous weekend's cricket here at Sydney Parade. Weekend, of course, started on Thursday. There's a lovely shot down to the clubhouse. Pembroke players more than willing to give that ball back. Sam Pat now. He's only faced one delivery so far. And he's up against Rapa Ati. This one sliding down the leg. Naveen calls him through for the leg bye. Was there some bat on it? The umpire says no, there was nothing on it at all. Just escaping the wicketkeeper's grasp. Bringing another single. Bringing Naveen back on strike, and he's in form at the moment. Run a ball for him. It's not a rate that's particularly required, but he's certainly getting on with it. Less than 3 and over required. Taps that one away. We'll take the single. We'll look for the second. No fielder down there. People having to chase it, and the teamwork not as snappy as they may have wanted, but it works. Put 2 more onto the score. Captain Gordon Clark, well, wears his heart on his sleeve. Not a great place to wear it, obviously. But he'll be feeling a bit happier now. This one gets through to the keeper. Bit of encouragement for the bowler. Naveen just resets. Gets ready to go again. This time met with a lovely straight bat, just played out in the offside, no attempt at a single. Pembroke who require 3 and over. Shouldn't really be under any pressure at the moment. They should be able to just take their singles as they are. Stroll around the ground until they feel at home. Over up. $13 gone, 86 for 4. Well, you can make up your own view on that. I have my opinion. I'll keep it to myself. It's not something you hear very often. Umpire gave it not out. That's what's in the book. If you wanted my opinion, you come and ask me at the bar later. But whilst we're on air, we're here to report on the game.
Yeah, I was going to say. See the way it's not centred?
Yeah.
See the angle at the side screen?
Yeah.
That's why I was just giving over. It's like, no, it's pointing that way on the side.
This one escapes the keeper down the leg side. It's going to be signalled a wide. They'll trot through for the second. 2 wides to start for Singh. Singh, who scored 49 not out in the first innings. He'd have been disappointed at being left high and dry. And welcome to the 5 or 6 people who have tuned in since the end of the game in Leinster, I suspect. And I can tell you that Pembroke Fourths are playing Malahide Fourths in a Division 10 game down in Sydney Parade. The sun is shining beautifully, the bar is open, and well worth taking the trip down here to watch this and finish off your weekend with a bit of sunshine and a bit of good cricket. Sampat now to face Singh. Trying to raise the troops, rally the troops in the field. Pembroke's job to keep them quiet. One just played out on the leg side. Nothing wrong with that. This game, Pembroke did a good job in the field. In 34 overs, they bowled out Malahide for 163, chasing 164 for victory. But the news also is that Pembroke are down a batsman. Bhushan, who was the leading run scorer, certainly in Pembroke, and certainly one of the top run scorers in Leinster last summer. He unfortunately has had to leave the ground due to a family emergency, and we wish him nothing but the best as Singh puts in the best ball he's bowled so far, almost catching Sampat by surprise there. This one a no ball. Another dot ball played out on the leg side, end of the over. Singh gets through his first over with a concession of just 3 runs. 2 wides and 1 no ball.
What do you think of the game so far?
Well, the fourth's ahead on points. They should really chase down. You think they've 6 wickets in hand, or 5 wickets in hand. They need 75 runs. It's there or thereabouts. Overs are not going to come into this.
Yeah.
They need less than 3 and over.
These guys need to just stick in.
Just stay.
Yeah.
Just stay. If they bat the overs, they win the game. I suspect.
Extras they'll be getting extras here and there.
Yep. They'll pick up runs as they go along. But it's about staying in for a while. Spin from St John's end again. And again, a good straight bat keeps that one out. Do you want to do a few minutes?
No, I'm good. I'm leaving for home.
Oh, okay.
5-10 minutes. Shot.
Well, he latched onto the full toss very quickly, and that crashes. Oh, it doesn't crash into. It goes over the fence and onto Cyril's way. That's 4 more for Naveen. Takes him on 34. And he's doing a super job for his side now. Five overs after this to go for drinks. Cut away on the offside, it beats the ring. They're going to have to chase it down the hill. One of them gives up early. The other one has to keep going because he's got to fetch it back from beyond the boundary, and that takes Pembroke on to 97, closing in on that century, and it brings the runs required down to 67. Naveen Navapatil has moved on to 38 from 34, and if he's not careful here, he could be in line for a lovely half century and the gratitude of his skipper. Sam Pat not really willing to take on the very quick single that would have had to have been. Dart going back into town now, no doubt filled with German heavy metal fans. And Naveen using the heavy wood to put one over the boundary for a lovely straight 6. That takes him on to 44. And it takes Pembroke through the 100 mark. And you can almost sense the heat coming from the smile of Gordon Clark at this stage. Side having been in a little bit of trouble earlier on, Naveen is doing his best to get them out of it. What's the name of the heavy metal band? Ramstein. Goes big again. This time there's a fielder underneath it. He looks to take the catch. And he has taken the catch. You hear the cheer through the ground mics. That is a cheer of relief because it nearly came out of his hand, but it was enough to see the end of Naveen, and he departs for 44. Same score as Tim Tector in Leinster, but he departs for 44 here in Sydney Parade, and Pembroke now find themselves 103 for 5, which in effect, as I say, is for 6. They need another 61, but they only have 4 wickets left. That's the lovely 6 he hit. He tried to repeat it then, down towards the media centre. I think he wanted it more round at Cow, right in front of us. And you see, Manx was all over it, but takes it before it goes any further down. And that's why there was such a cry. It was a cry of relief from the fielder as much as anything else. And now Eli Clark has gone out to the middle, as Pembroke still require another 61. This game is bubbling up into a fine finish now. Pembroke just 4 wickets, require 61. There are 25 overs left, but if they're there in 25 overs, one suspects they will have won at that stage. Sampat just plays one out in the offside. They take through an easy single. Nobody's putting anybody under any pressure. And that will bring Eli Clark to the wicket for the first time. Singh getting past at the outside edge of Clark's bat. Big old diesel rumbling past Sydney Parade. Clark swings on one. It goes behind on the leg side. It's half fielded by the fielder, and it goes away for 4. And Clark is on the board. Pembroke bring the required runs below 60. Well, it's a fine weekend for Pembroke first. They did lose the first T20 yesterday to Merion by 4 runs. But they won the second one by 5 wickets, and they've won that, and that qualified them for the semi-finals of the Alan Murray Cup. As Clark plays one out in the offside, there's no run there. And now today they've beaten Leinster in Leinster. Played away on the offside, dot ball. Con is our barman this afternoon. He'll be preparing drinks for 4 overs time, one hopes. Played away on the offside. It's all very watchful, as it should be. 6 wickets down now. Eli Clark coming in at number 7, in effect. Well, Malahide will be well aware that they only need another 4 wickets. I think what it calls for at the moment, possibly, is a captain's knock. Well, that one's pulled round to the leg side, but there is a fielder there. It will be just a single as a result. It was a loose delivery, but he managed to pick out within a gap. Sunday afternoon jet. I wonder if that's somebody heading off to sunnier. How could you be heading off to sunnier climes? Perhaps that's somebody coming into sunnier climes. Sunday flight path. Clark cuts one down to 3rd. Fielder does stop it. Pembroke 4th, of course, have a record of 7 played, 4 wins, 4 and 3 in the league. So good enough to see them in 2nd place at the moment. Eli Clark trying to move one round to the leg side, but hits it straight at the fielder on this occasion. This one goes through to the keeper. Another dot ball, another over completed. 109 on the board, 55 required. And it's Eli Clark and Sampat who are batting. Nishit Sampat, give him his full name.
And Shane Getcase.
Which game are you looking at?
I'm looking at the other semi-final.
Who's playing?
Phoenix and Malahide.
Oh,
So Malahide's batted first and got 242. And Phoenix are currently 91 for 3.
91 for 3, chasing 242. That's going to be tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
That'll be a good game.
And George is in with Shane Getcase.
Well, Getcase is a fine batsman. Hasn't been in the best of form, certainly at interprovincial level this year. Only had a score or two, I think. But class player. And if Phoenix couldn't rely on anybody, it would be him.
Jeremy Martins, 61, Matthew Ford, 43. Not it, really.
This time, played up the ground, down towards Becker's barn in the garage, and they take the single. 110 on the board now. No rush for either of these batsmen. And this time, Clark again finds the field around the corner. 3 times he's played that shot, and 3 times he's exactly hit the fielder there.
Sorry, just look at there's the sun. Down
22.2 overs to go. I saw Johnny Bell on the ground earlier,
Yeah, he was
up in Leinster.
Observatory Lane.
Oh, Clark does well to keep that one out. Very full length.
Have to bring my cable. Is that all?
As I said, I'm not buying you one.
Niall, at the end of the next over, could you give us a shot of the crowd today?
Why?
Somebody's asked for it. Deeper has been on.
Who?
Deeper. How are the minstrels? Well, it looks like another change of bowling. Malahide having to shuffle their pack now.
Trying twirls or something to go with them. Get the two at the same.
You can't remember what the things are that melt in your mouth and not in your hand. Is that menstrual? They melt in your hand.
Well, more runs. The umpire signalling 4. Nishit Sampat moves on to 8. Pembroke require less than 50.
There it is.
Well, it was short. Not too wide, but enough wide to allow the batsman to free his arms and find the boundary. Askew bowling from the St John's end. Similar ball, bit tighter to the batsman this time is line, and that means it gets played down to third for just a single. And that brings Eli Clark back onto strike. And we're now just 10 balls away from the drinks break, or as we like to call it in the media centre, the facilities break. Clark looking to draw one down to third as well. Finds the fielder just behind point, but the fielder couldn't pick it up cleanly. They get through for another single. Round of applause from the sidelines.
Driving me nuts now, Amanda. Right, melts in your mouth, not in your hands.
Rebels?
No.
Nope.
I'm going to have to Google it.
No. Ask the audience.
Okay.
Can somebody let us know which sweet
Chocolate.
had the tagline, chocolate had the tagline, melts in your mouth, not in your hands? As Pembroke take another 4 off this over. 10 so far from this over. And it's just what Pembroke needed at this stage to ease some of the nerves that are there. 43 required now. 4 wickets in hand. I think there's an iPhone charger behind the bar. If you just went up behind the bar, you could take it, I'd say. Oh, that's beautifully played through the gap. Fielder will get round to it. His footwork will keep it in play, and his arm will get it back to the wicketkeeper. But more runs, another 2 onto the total, 41 required.
That's the end of my phone. Apart from...
I'm at 38.
Okay, how much now? 3, 4, 5.
Another one played down off the edge of the bat. Another single. Batsman almost stopped for a chat halfway through. And that's the end of the over. And what a good over it was for Pembroke. 13 coming from it. And the runs required now 40 off 21 overs with 4 wickets in hand. Lovely shot that. Right down to Combos corner.
M&M's.
What's M&M's?
M&M's.
1 over to drinks. It looks like another change of bowling. Nishit Sampat, one of the few players to have his picture up on cricket clubs. I still don't know how to put pictures on cricket clubs. If I did, I'd be going around taking everyone's picture.
Don't you?
No.
That was my left originally.
Ah, here's Sahil now. Perhaps he might answer the question. What was that? He went to pull one from outside off over to the leg side, got an inside edge, and it careered into his stumps while he was down on one knee in front of the stumps. Didn't look particularly good. And that was the end of Sahil today.
So who's this at the wicket now? Oh, Naveen and Eli.
This is Nishi Sampat, who's facing, and Eli Clark at the other end. He'll be looking to score a similar amount to his brother today. His brother got 26 for the seconds.
How are they doing the seconds?
Seconds have Malahide 1 down for 69. Malahide need another 193 and 36 overs with 9 wickets in hand. So that one's going okay. We're staying here with this 4th 11 clash, also Malahide. This time Sampat plays it down to 3rd, where Manx does the fielding. 1.9 and over required, as I say. If they bat for the 20 overs, then surely they will win. Malahide desperately needs to take 4 wickets. The opening bowler it is that came back. It was a change of bowling. And that was jammed away nicely by Clark. Fielder in the ring does the fielding. Yep. Two balls to drinks now. That one down the leg side, Clark onto it. And guess what? The ball runs straight to a fielder again. A couple of feet either side of that fielder around the corner. And Clark's score would very easily be doubled or tripled. But he's playing well. He's not overawed. Took 2 wickets earlier on, did Eli Clark. And we're down on 6, but more importantly, he's in a good partnership with Sampat. It's a steady partnership. Keep out the good ball. And that will do for drinks. And we'll talk to you for the last 20 overs of this game, which I don't think will be 20 overs, in just a couple of minutes. Well, the drinks break is over, and we resume with Pembroke needing another 38 runs in 20 overs, which doesn't sound too taxing. But they've only 4 wickets in hand. The scoreboard in front of you showing 126 for 5. But I do have to tell you, Bhushan had to leave earlier for a family emergency. That emergency, I can inform you, has been resolved now. Everyone's okay, which is fabulous news. And hopefully we'll see Bhushan again. I'm sure we'll see him on Wednesday at Nets. He's a dedicated net attender. And if he's down, then you know that all is well. So, good news on that front. Sort of puts the game of cricket into perspective. As Eli Clark plays one out in the offside, it was a bit aerial. There are 3 fielders after it. They will pull it up in front side defence, but it won't stop Clark picking up another 2. That takes him on to 8. And the score now, 128. For the loss of 5 wickets and the absence of 1. Again, goes aerial, and this time finds the fielder. He's lifted it straight into his hands. He's disappointed in himself, and that's another wicket down. 6 down, 128 on the board. Still 36 required, but now only 3 wickets in hand. And who will be the next batsman? I'm thinking it will be Captain Gordon Clark. He'll come out now. But this match is getting tighter and tighter. First over after drinks. In fact, 3rd ball after drinks. And suddenly Pembroke are another wicket down. Indeed it is Gordon Clark who's coming out to the middle. Replacing Eli Clark. And if Pembroke needed a captain's innings, it's now. Just stretching too far for that one, and it just lobbed up into the fielder's hands. Too wide and lobbed up. No need to chase it that wide. Could never get any strength into the shot. Long arms like that. Playing it out square of the wicket. And it went straight to Marks, I think. And Marks took the catch. And now Pembroke require 36. Just 3 wickets in hand. Just lifted, and the simplest of catches for the fielder in the ring. Well, another wicket falls, and now Pembroke in real trouble. 7 down. I said earlier that Gordon must be feeling a bit happier. Well, he certainly won't be now. Rian Nair coming out to bat next. And suddenly, I think Malahide are favourites for this game. They just need 2 more wickets. Suddenly, since the drink break, 2 wickets have fallen very quickly, and this is the second one.
Yeah. Okay.
Goes through to the keeper. Wide given. Every single run vital now. 35 required. Over up, and what a successful over it was for Malahide and for Singh. He's picked up 2 wickets in that over. 129 for 7, and a reminder that Pembroke only have 9 wickets. They really are going to struggle to find these 35 runs now. Meanwhile, in Malahide, they are 98 for 1 against Pembroke seconds. Berry, Murray, Flanagan and Tucker, the bowlers used so far. Just 1 wicket so far to Dan Murray. Well, the opener back on again as Malahide looked to finish this game quickly. That one hit out in the offside. There is a fielder on the boundary. One of the Manx. The ball comes back into the wicket-keeper. And that will bring Rian Nair on strike. And he's gone, and that's 8 down now, and just 1 wicket remaining for Pembroke, and they have fallen apart spectacularly since the drinks break. Just 7 balls ago, they were only 5 down, but 3 wickets in very quick succession, and it looks like Pembroke are going to subside, disappointingly, to defeat. Justin Doherty is last man standing. How many times we've seen him come out in this situation. I seem to remember a game he played for the Fifths. Lovely delivery. No foot movement at all. And it goes through the defences and crashes into the stumps. And that's 130 for 8. Yeah, a game in Lucan one year, where Justin Doherty and Kieran Volker combined for the last wicket to bring home a fabulous victory. But one feels that 34 from the last wicket partnership here is just too many.
How many overs are left?
18.4.
Oh, goodness. Loads of overs.
Plenty of overs. Overs not the problem. It's always been about wickets. And Malahide are taking them.
The negative approach, bat the overs, hope to get there in extras. The positive approach, make sure you score enough somewhere along the way to try and make the fielding team worry.
Plenty of patience. Hit him the pads, runs away, be a leg by. Sampat, who's seen partners come and go with far too much frequency, will now be facing. He realises now he hasn't batted with Justin before, so he may not be aware. Now, Sampat won't have batted with Justin before, and the question would be, how much does he trust his number 11? That one's played down towards the media centre. There is a fielder there. They'll come through for the single. 32 required now. I mean, it's ridiculous. The run rate required is 1.75.
Yeah, I mean, bat the overs and they'll win the match.
Well, Malahide have done very well. Justin just watching that one go past the edge of the bat. Yeah.
Something stupid.
Doherty very watchful. He's getting the bowler excited, but to be honest with you, that's how Justin bats. So hold no fear, Pembroke fans. It's not that he's playing and missing, he's just watching those ones go down the outside of his bat. 18 overs to go, 32 runs required, but only this final wicket partnership to be broken for Malahide. And then they'll take the trip back across the Liffey with a smile on their face and sunshine in their hearts. It's just the request to see who's in the crowd today. I saw Graham Bell down with us today, down there with Johnny. Pembroke going to have to score about 16 runs before this gets exciting again. At the moment, we're just expecting that one with somebody's name on it to happen before too many runs are scored. Suddenly, Malahide taking micromanagement of the field to a new level, when really it was what they were doing before that's got them to this position. Sing it is to continue. And that's hit in the air onto the leg side. It's going to run down to the boundary, and it reaches the boundary, and that will bring a polite applause on the Pembroke side of the ground. It'll bring the runs required down to 28. Not sure when the next broadcast is scheduled here on Pembroke Cricket Live. And that one's a full toss, and that's pulled round to the leg side, but there is a fielder out on the fence this time, and it's just a single.
The women are playing the Hills.
The women against the Hills on Thursday. I don't know if I'll be around for that one now. Let's see how Wednesday goes first.
Have you heard any more about your...
No. Let's get through Wednesday first. I will do. I'm just more concerned about Wednesday at the moment. So I'm going across Doherty. Field getting in closer and closer for Doherty now. That's a danger that Malahide will take that risk, because Doherty more than capable of swinging the willow to good effect. Keeps that one out. Again, played away on the offside by Doherty. He's doing a good job here. Big appeal. Malahide thought they'd won the game. Wasn't to be. The umpire in disagreement with them. Umpire enjoying the early evening sun coming across the ground. No, bat hitting the ground most certainly on that occasion. You can see the puff of dust, and you can see why the umpire said not out. Oh, a catch put down on the boundary. And Pembroke, well, they're still here. Sampat looking for runs now. Another one in the air, the offside, but this time well between the two fielders in the ring where it bounces and runs out to the fielder on the boundary. He's disappointed with himself at having put that catch down. I don't know how that feels. Well, there was nearly appeals all over the place again there. Malahide, I think, no, they're just one ball away from victory now. Keeper fails to collect cleanly. Would have been the simplest of run-outs had he done so. He snatched at it. It got past him. It's another run onto the total. It's Sampat back on strike for the next over. And with 16 to go, Pembroke require 26. And Malahide require just one catch, one decision. This is that final delivery. There's a yes, there's a hesitate, there's a watch, there's a what are you doing? Never once looks at his partner, make sure his partner's okay before he heads off down to safety at the other end. Well, that won't be in any textbooks anytime soon as how to run between the wicket, but it's effective. It means that Sampat back on strike. He's on 25 now. He's trying to steer Pembroke home. They find a way out of this difficulty they've put themselves in. Lifted down the ground. There is a fielder down here, but it's going to bounce in front of him. Just a single taken. So all that hesitation and messing around for the single previously, all that work's undone as Justin Doherty is on strike now. He kept Singh at bay in the last over. Will he be able to do so in this? A lot of resetting of the field for Doherty. 139 for 8. Played away to the point on the square on the offside. Very few fielders outside the ring now for Malahide. They're definitely in search of this wicket. Through to the keeper, half an appeal. I think it was more congratulations to the bowler than it was a question of the umpire. Down the leg side, and Doherty gets it away. I tell you, you bowl badly to him at your own risk, and suddenly it's only 21 required. As I said, they need to score runs before it got exciting again. We're almost entering that territory now. You could see the frustration amongst the Malahide players as they saw the ball running away. And just there at the sight screen, you see the arrival of the Bannigans, Freddie and Father Brian. Very distinctive silhouette. Singing to bowl. Doherty just letting that one go through to the keeper. No intention of doing anything with it. Last ball of the over, 21 required, 15 overs to go. But just one ball for Malahide.
You're a way better batsman than me.
Well, who's the Malahide skipper going to turn to now? Does his opener have any overs left? Everybody has overs left. Six bowlers used now. Although Charlie Askew only got the one. So the Malahide captain pretty much locked into his other five bowlers at this stage. 15 overs to go, a totally irrelevant figure. And that's the game. Big swing from Sampat. He missed it. It took middle. Just clipped the bails. That's all it needed to do. And Malahide win. And they win well. 20 runs they win by. Pembroke, I think, get the bonus points. But they'll be of scant consolation to Gordon Clark or his team. They now go to a record of 4-4. They'll remain second in the table until we see the other results from this league entered into the statistics. 143 for 9, of course, is the equivalent of all out. Bouchan unable to bat in the second innings. He had to leave the ground for family reasons. Family reasons now resolved, and we wish him and his family all the best. This is the last wicket to fall, just played inside that one, crashed into middle and off. And the bails scattered and the stumps returned to whence they came. Nice bit of bouncing there. Umpire wouldn't have had to do much there. But a good win for Malahide. That improves their standing in the league, certainly. And Gordon Clark's side now find themselves very much mid-table, 4-4, even though they are second in the league. They're there basically because they've played a lot more games than the teams around them. Well, fortune wasn't to favour the fourths today. Bowling first. One would feel that perhaps they let Malahide a little off the hook and let them get, shall we say, 20 more runs than maybe they'd have hoped for. They had them in all sorts of difficulty early on. Gordon and his troops now going to go and do the groundworks required post-game. Niall Luto will now take you through. There's the card for Malahide fourths. Hamish Banks did a good job at the top of the innings until he was hampered somewhat by what seemed to be a leg injury, and then he ended up being stumped on the basis of lack of mobility. Indrajit Singh, well, he bowled later on quite effectively, but in the batting innings, he looked after the tail, and his 49 not out was absolutely vital. Just a shame he couldn't get one more to get to the half-century. One thing Gordon Clark will be pleased with was 14 extras. And these are the bowlers that helped concede those 14 extras. Doherty and Nair, well, they bowled their full quotas. 1 for 40 for Nair, but 2 for 18 just shows the consistency that Justin Doherty brings to this attack. Naveen, 2 for 36. And Eli Clark, 2 for 14 from 5. Vihan Puri, 2 for 49 from his 6. And Nicky Fusco's 1 over. As he said himself, they don't like him slow. And that was certainly the case. He picked up a wicket for the concession of 3 runs. The last 5 wickets, as you see on your screen, fell for 56 runs. And so Pembroke had a target of 165 and got off to a decent enough start. Poor Shubra, well, played a shot he won't be pleased with. Nicky Fusco, well, he played very well for his 28, rode his luck at times, but did everything right. And then, well, Vihan, he was unlucky, run out after being dropped in the slips on the same delivery. Before Naveen came in, he also deserved a half-century today, but got 44 before he was caught. And then Sahil, well, he didn't last long, and it wasn't a pretty shot he was out to. Least said the better, as my grandmother said. If you've got nothing nice to say nothing. So, nothing. Sampat, he then tried to look after the tail, but he wasn't really given that much support. Eli Clark was there for a while, but in the first over, the third ball after drinks, he just lifted a soft one into the covers, and the catch was gratefully accepted. Gordon Clark was given out LBW to Singh on his second ball, and that certainly wasn't the result he was looking for. Ryan Nair, well, he didn't move his feet, and one came back through his defences and castled him. Middle stump and the rest. And Justin Doherty, he's 5 not out. Another red inker, and I really do feel that at times he's not the number 11 on the side. Bhushan, as we've already discussed, unable to bat today, all of which led to Malahide and their bowlers being very pleased with their day's work. 3 for 34, 2 for 31, 2 for 23 and 1 for 21. Those are the wicket takers. Charlie Askew only having that 1 over. A shame. I thought I would like to have seen him given a second, even though the first one hadn't been that successful. Sometimes nerves play a part, and you need to encourage the youth and not just take them off after they've bowled 1 over. Well, the Pembroke worm was always ahead of the Malahide worm, but just too many dots along the way, and those dots all add up to defeat by 20 runs. We'd like to thank you for joining us this weekend, whether you joined us yesterday and can't hear me now, or whether you've joined us this afternoon. Thank you very much, and thank you for sticking with it. And we will leave you now with...
I'm trying to decide. I guess we'll give them the highlights of that innings.
the highlights of the second innings. In the meanwhile, I will say good night and thank you.